Okay, cool. I'm live. Okay. Let me see something real quick. Okay, cool. My coffee hits. I give it that. Oh God. baby. And now without the way me. And I on the line. I don't know if iPods went live or not. I was confused. Somebody's trying to shoot at me from distance. Damn it. They're gonna grab my shit. That's funny. By the way, you could do the same thing on Canva, by the way, of this, when I'm watching. So, there's that. Doctors are messy. I have experienced too much with my disorders. Doctors are messy. They like are all over the place. Doctors are messy half of the time. Some doctors want to help, and some doctors are messy and all over the place. I've had experience on both sides with my disorders. Doctors are messy and stuff. Like, with all my disorders, I've had good, bad, and the ugly when it comes to doctors. Oh, can I not? Where am I hearing myself? Fuck. Why am I hearing myself? Okay. With my disorders, I've had good, bad, and the ugly. You will get there. It takes time, and it took me a couple of years to get on the right path. Yeah, you'll get there. It takes time. Took me a couple of years to get on the right path with my doctor. Positive.
Here's the definition of positive. Consisting in or
You'll get there. It takes time. Took me a couple of years to get it right with doctors and stuff when it comes to mental health. Yeah. Sending positive vibes. You'll get there. You'll get there. It took me a couple years to get right with doctors and stuff when it comes to mental health. Yeah. Yeah. Says sending positive. I should have said vibes. Oops. Vibes. Sending positive vibes. Yeah, I know where she's coming from. I know where Penelope's coming from, though. I get it. Because I go through my mental health and my mental shades with my counselors and shit. So she just glanced at my comments and that was that. Wow. And she wants to talk about mental health and shit. Like, really? Like, I've been through the shit she's gone through. It's like, no joke. That's bullshit. But I don't take meds because I'm on the opposite end of that spectrum. I smoke. Okay, I'm over it. She ignored me. I don't like being ignored in somebody's chat, personally. I just don't. I don't take well to that. It's like I'm sending you positive vibes and I'm being nice because I know what you're going through as far as mental health goes. You don't need to sit and ignore me. Like that's my number one pet peeve with people. Like within minutes, I'm being nice to you. Sometimes I need to be a dickhead sometimes to people because I'm like, you know. All right. Just gonna get back to doing what I was doing. Ooh. Wow, really? Breathing in the air. And don't be afraid to care. Don't leave me. Look around. Choose your own round. So what do we got going on here? Let's have some fun with it. Long rabbit run. Dig that home. Forget the sun. Is done. Now it's time to dig. And only if you ride the time, balanced off the biggest wave. Is it on What's your general chat out? Does she have a general? Oh, chat room, okay. See, okay, so I could debunk Cynthia in Discord. Literally, I'm not going to. With the whole Linux talk that she does, because the thing is, I get she likes Linux a lot, and she says like Linux will never be the mainstream. That's a fact. Because of a codex, because of lots of things, and I don't know if she's watching or not, but I've said this to Linux people before. You'll never be anything until you embrace encodix, till you embrace the things. You guys can't even figure out your own screen systems. Wayland or Exodus, pipe wires, garbage, and it's all over the place. Like, I'm sorry. They got to figure it out. That's why I will always be a Windows kitty. Unfortunately. Because that's the way it goes. Like, a lot of my video editing software does not work on Linux. And Linux is broken as far as, like, flat packs and real apps. Like, AURs are not native apps. Like that's a fact. I could debunk the whole Linux thing all day long. I could turn around and just bunk Linux all day. The cool part about Linux is if you want something that's simplistic, easy to use, like you're browsing on the internet, writing some documents, then Linux is for you. But like for audio editing and things like that, it's just not. It never will be. And I love how people will tell me on the Linux side of things all the time, oh, they'll just re-engineer something. I don't want to re-engineer. I want a native app. That involves money and time. And I'm not being mean towards anybody. I'm not being mean. The thing about Linux that I hear all the time, oh, it's so great. Oh, it's so this. It's like, okay, I've used every single fucking Linux you could think of outside of making my own Linux. And I argue with the Linux community because, for one, DaVinci Resolve is broken on Linux. The simple MP4 ACC file is broken. And people sit here and tell me, oh, well, you know, there's replacements for that. No, there's not. I'm sorry, disagree with you. Why is it that I have to go? See, I've said this about, and end of story. I don't use, and then, like, Linux people argue that, oh, well, and their argument is constantly fighting about retail versions of Windows. They don't want to talk about the elephant in the room, LTSC. LTSC is a stock version of Windows with nothing on it. No Windows Store, no nothing. And that's the argument. Like, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. And I've been using LTSC for, I don't know, 2 years now or more. And it used to be called Embedded Windows 8.1. See, but they want to speak out it's one way. They want to say it's one way with the telemetry and everything. You could turn that off. Like, there is debloaters, and I argue with this one about Linux. Linux, like, the problem is with Linux as a whole is the fact that there's too many view systems within Linux, too many file systems. Like, you're talking to somebody that works with seniors, right? And you're telling me that I give them a Linux machine, and you tell me they'll shit on me. They'll look at me like indifferent. Like, that's a fact. I'm not shitting on Linux. I'm not saying Linux is wrong, and I'm not saying people are not allowed to have their opinion. I'm not saying that, but what I'm definitely saying is Linux only has a small market share, little market share. And if you look at Linux and you dive balls deep into it, how many of those people what Linux are they using and why? Because the last time I checked, Flat Flatpak are not native Linux apps. They're not native. They're not native. They're emulating something. So when Linux people tell me all the time, oh, well, you know, Linux is this great operating system. It's like, no, you're wrong. It's okay to be wrong. There's a reason why Linux falls flat on its face in a lot of aspects. For instance, Linux falls flat in the audio systems, right? Pulsewire Pipewire and Pulse Audio, right? They fall flat. A lot of it falls flat on its face. Natively. Now, yesterday I did say the good things about Linux. The good things about Linux is it doesn't use up a lot of resources like Windows does. Windows uses up a hell of a lot of resources on certain things. But I don't use native copy of Windows. If you strip back all the bullshit on Windows 11 and you just use Windows LTSC, Windows 11 LTSC, you really don't have to worry about much. On a personal note, you don't have to worry about much. If you slim down Windows, you're perfectly fine using Windows. So then people tell me, well, Steam OS is kind of pushed that. Well, like, yeah, Steam OS is like a console experience. So what people don't realize, Steam OS is trying to be a consoleized experience. So when you are on handheld, Steam OS is pretty much consoleized. Like, yeah, they let you play within Playbox of the dashboard of a desktop, but it's consoleized. People don't understand this. Like, oh, Steam took courage. No, what Steam did was they took an operating system, they picked Arch, and what they did was they put their own fucking skin on it, like an Android phone, and they locked you down on a lot of things. You cannot do certain things on Steam OS. Yes, you can't. Just a fact. You can load apps and stuff to it, but you can't just go and mess with they lock it down. It's a lockdown operating system, to be honest with you. So when a lot of people talk to me about Linux, it's like, and then the thing about Ubuntu's gotten so corporate, it's not even funny. And Arch, they're having Arch right now, and Manjaro, and a lot of them are all having the same fucking problem, where AURs are repackaged AURs. The problem is with the community, what nobody wants to talk about is AURs are not native apps. Native apps, what I'm talking about, if you go by native apps would be something like made by the OBS team in general, right? And there isn't. What they do is they take the native stuff and they rub some sauce on it, and then they re-put it back as an AUR. That is not native. The OBS team had to come out. The OBS team almost sued the shit out of Fedora for doing it. Fedora was allowing some type of flat pack version for Fedora, which wasn't native to OBS, and then OBS had to come out and write like a paragraph essay technically saying on the Linux side, if it doesn't come from the OBS project team, it is not a native version of that app. Valve had to come out and say the same thing. That's the problem with Linux. Linux is it's you're playing guess. That's the problem with Linux. There's no, like, I wish Linux would just, I wish like they would come out and just tell you, okay, this filing system is going to be the standard, the de facto standard. And they never will. Like, I'm surprised Ubuntu, because they're corporate, I'm surprised they're not pushing the narrative of getting, like, I wish Ubuntu and Fedora, since they're so corporate in Red Hat, I wish they would just work with people like Corsair. I would like to see in my lifetime a Corsair native app. And there isn't. And you got all these Linux people, oh, well, you know, we just have to, like, no, I don't want somebody to natively make a driver. I want it to be coming from the people that I pay for the product for. And I argue over these things, and Linux people want to just sweep. That's all they do. They're like Dwayne Johnson. Sweep. And not everything works on Linux, right? Anti-cheats are a problem on Linux. It's been a thing. So I will call out Linux for the bullshit, because a lot of people like to sweep and say like, oh, well, Linux doesn't have any of those problems. But yeah, they do. Why haven't I not moved my whole rig to Linux? Why? Because there's certain things that I can't do on Linux that I could do on Windows simply. And the alternatives on Linux are horrible. They're ass, and they're not maintained. And then it's like they expect you to maintain it. It's like, no, I am not maintaining an app that was done by a team of people that should be maintained by the team of fucking people. That's half-ass backwards. Then what's the point of putting the app on Linux to begin with? I have these arguments about Linux all the time, and all the Linux people do is sweep. They sweep it under a rug. They literally do. I get in arguments over it all the time. well, we're getting market share. We have like 14%. Okay, you went from 8% to 14%. You gained 6%. That's not enough for companies to turn around and go, well, we're going to make drivers and native shit for you. And the thing is, they can't figure out what they want to do. Wayland or fucking X11. They can't figure it out. Xorg. They can't figure it out. Xorg's being phased out. Supposedly Xorg, like, I don't understand why this wasn't figured out years ago. Just switch to Wayland. If this is where you're going with it, with the future, just switch to fucking Wayland. Why is it so fucking difficult? And if you're going to go in on Pipewire, all these distros are going to go balls deep into fucking Pipewire. Go into Pipewire. I thought Linux was pro-choice. When you go to Linux, it's pro-choice, right? That's why I get told all the time it's pro-choice, but obviously it's not when they're forcing Wayland and fucking Pipewire down your fucking throat. Oh, but you can get rid of that. Like, okay, yeah, with a lot of coding. Okay. All right. I'm all for it. That's my tangent of the day. Oh, fuck. I just shot her right out the fucking gate. And I talk about Linux all the time. I think Linux is going to be... I think a lot of people should switch to it, but I don't think it should be your main operating system. I don't think you should get rid of it. Like some of these people, I switched from Windows. You know, I switched from Windows and I put it on my drive. Like some of these YouTubers, like, no. And with Linux, you have to do a lot of fucking research to put something together. I'm sorry. I disagree. Linux ain't something you just transition to and it just works. No, it don't. Don't let any Linux person fool you. There's a lot of tinkering you have to do to make Linux work the way you want it. It's not like Windows where you uncheck boxes and then you can pick an experience that you want, or on a Mac. I will push people to an Apple product before I push them to a Linux product. There's a fact on that one, and I'll tell you why. For one, on a Mac product, you're getting that ACC codec support. You're getting supported. So when you go to use video editing software, you're not having to go out, you're not having to re-render something. You're not having to rework on it. And I probably just made some Linux people cry, but it's the truth. For instance, when I plug in my Corsair headset, it just natively works. There's no having to go tinker. If I want to get an Elgato product of some sort, it natively works. I don't have to play guess, and I don't have to go to forums. I don't have to go over here. I don't have to go rely on some tech community or some guy that from Timbuktu making something from scratch, and then when Corsair brings out something and I move it over to a Windows PC, then it gets fucked over, and then I have to wait for that Timbuktu to freaking make. You see my dilemma, right? You see where my problem was? That's the problem I had with the Linux Go on XLR team. I constantly was fighting them because they were constantly, oh, you need to do this, you need to go on the edit, and you gotta go. It's like, okay, cool. Who has time for that? Who has time for that? I'm not going to... Time is money. I need my PC to be working today, not working 5 days from now. Not 7 days from now. It needs to work immediately. Businesses are ran on my PC. I have servers that I run and things that I run. I don't want to sit and play guess. And unlike a lot of native stuff, works on Windows, works on Mac. A lot of Linux people don't tell you this, but a lot of people want a plug-and-play experience, and you're not getting that on Linux. You're having to tinker with a lot of things. Well, that's the point of Linux, man. You just don't get it. Like, I get it. But that's why the Linux market share has not been, it's never going to be high. It's for people that want to tinker. And I hear this all the time from a Subordinary Gamer. All the time, he promotes Linux. Oh, it's better. It's the future. Okay, then if it's the future, why are anti-cheat softwares? Why are companies not moving over then? If it's such the future and it's so better and the grass is greener on the other side, then why are people not moved? And you can't tell me that's corporate greed. They go where the money's at. Most common people are not moving over to Linux. Unfortunately, most common people are not moving over to Linux in this day and age. Sorry. But then the argument is, then I get this argument all the time about Linux too, like, oh well, you could just go move over. You could just go move over and get a console and play Fortnite in those games. Like, okay, cool, great. I get that. But then that's an added cost. I'm having to go purchase something else to make my problem fixed, which shouldn't be. I shouldn't have to go spend $250 over here, $100 over here to make it work. And not all capture cards work with Linux either. It's an if-come basis. Not every UVC device works properly with Linux. I've watched tons of channels on this. Not every single card works. And if you think you're going over and using NVIDIA stuff over on Linux, good luck to you. You're not getting that. You like, a lot of people don't realize that. I could just take my NVIDIA 5080 and go over here, and it's like, no. Like, I'm not trying to be mean towards Linux. There's positives on Linux. For instance, Linux does run faster. It doesn't chug at times. You don't have to run cleaners. You don't have to do reg edits reg cleaners, and you don't really have to uninstall things often, and it just runs. But when you run into broken software updates, I just ran into, which nobody talks about, I ran into a poor software update on Linux, Linux Mint. I enjoy Linux Mint a lot. I just don't like Cinnamon. And I don't like XFACE. I can't stand that. It reminds me too much of XP, to be honest. But on this PC in particular, when I was running stuff, and I ran one update, it corrupted the whole system. It just went, and then like all the stuff I had saved on there that I needed were gone because I had to wipe the PC. There's no repair option unless I go into the sudo and I go and I and do and it's like, okay, cool. I don't have time like that. I just want to be able to hit a repair button and call it a fucking day. Like, yeah. Sorry, I'm on a tangent. I know. I feel this. I'm grateful Linux is getting better in the universe of things. I am, and I'm a big proponent of Linux, but I have to be realistic about things. There's a reason why Windows has the market share it does. There's reasons why people don't want to give up. A lot of people play Fortnite. A lot of people play games that got anti-cheats in them, and some MMOs do, and it's like, I just can't. Like, if I bought a new PC tomorrow, I'm not running it on Linux. I'm just not. I'll run it on Windows 11 LTSC or Windows 10 LTSC. Just because Linux just won't do it. And certain audio things just don't work on Linux, period. Point blank, period. And a lot of people want to tell me, oh, we have workarounds. They're re-engineering things. Like, all I hear all the time on Linux, re-engineering things. If you want to use the Steam Deck, you could just go get the re-engineered thing from over here. It's like, why? And that's not guarantee. That is not guaranteeing longevity either. Like, if I'm doing software, if I'm going and getting software, right, I want it to have longevity. I want it to be secured. You know, I want to feel like I'm getting it from the company and I'm getting software updates, firmware updates, things like that. I don't want to get a stock product. It's like, it's, you know, I want it to be secured for the future, so I don't have to go out. You know, and what happens when that person stops maintaining it, right? On Linux side, nobody talks about this, but when somebody stops maintaining that software, what happens? You're SOL'd. I'm sorry, I sit back and I go, there's a lot of good things on Linux and there's a lot of terrible things on Linux. That's why I haven't fully jumped or fully dived into it. I have it on my laptop because I don't need anything on my laptop. My laptop, I can run Ubuntu, Endeavor OS, Manjaro. I could just fuck around. It's my fuck around laptop. I could do whatever the hell I like and please. It's not a gaming tool. It's more of, you know, I use it for production, but I use web apps, right? So web apps, I don't have to worry about encoders and everything, but I'm lucky I use web apps. You know what I mean? Like, stuff that I could use through a Chrome browser to edit my videos, but, you know, at the end of the day, like, I don't, like, DaVinci Resolve, and then there's, like, people tell me there's KD Live, and it's like, they're all the same because the coders. The way things are working, it just doesn't work proper. And I'm not willing to go and take, when you're editing a video, I don't want to take 50 billion hours to make a video. on Linux. So when I get told things, I have a mouth and I have an opinion, but when it comes to Linux, I have a huge mouth. I'll stop talking about Linux, but Linux has its pros. Linux has like faster speeds, faster read and writes, better drive. It has better support for drivers. You don't have to worry about Epic crashing unless there's a bad update. Positivity, the file systems are just better. When transporting things, you don't have to worry about like slowdowns on the USBs and things like that. Linux has got you there. But there's a lot of things they don't, and that's just that's my thing. But anyway, tangent of the day done. That was my tangent of the day. We're going to be streaming long hours today. We're 9 hours in, baby. We're going to be going. We're going to be going long and hard. Long and hard. Hell yeah. That's what we do around here. And let me spill coffee all over myself. Let's just do that today. That's the Linux gods coming back and saying, fuck you say about Linux, man. By the way, when I have a conversation, I was just reading something in Cynthia's Discord about Linux, and I popped off. Because I'm fascinated on those numbers. I want to see what type of Linux are they using. What Linux, and what was their experience of each person that uses Linux? Do they have to substitute? Okay, I'm gonna go change shirts real quick. I spilled all over myself. Joys. So I'll be right back. I fumbled. I had a moment of bliss. By the way, wasn't shitting on anybody. When I go on a tangent, I wasn't shitting on anybody, by the way. It was a good conversation. Basically, with all the... Basically, what Cynthia's talking about in her server is basically talking about what subordinary gamers is basically saying, but he's not talking about Linux. He's talking about Linux as how they took a major W because of all the spyware and shit like that. They're not. He's not talking about LTSC. He won't talk about. None of these Linux people will talk about LTSC. They all want to talk about retail copies of Windows. Yes, I agree with them. Yes, it's terrible. They're bad. But let's talk about LTSC because that's becoming a big deal now with everybody. People are now switching over to LTSC. Your data is never going to be protected on Linux. On Linux, your data is never protected. It depends on how the app and things are stored. A lot of you don't realize, and there's a lot of fake apps on Linux too. So, like, when people start talking to me about Linux or anything like that, I laugh because Mac, Linux, and Windows are never secured. They'll never be secured. Your data will never be your data. Let's just keep it a buck here. Everybody's spying on you, and all companies have knives out just to take your data. Unless you store your data on a drive and put it far, far away from anything, like, let's keep that a buck. If you're literally like storing it locally, that's the only way you're gonna keep your data. But that's you know, like I said before, people could disagree with me, but your data is not your data. A lot of people miss that boat, and a lot of people don't talk about LTSC because if you talk about LTSC, the argument on that is nobody talks about it. LTSC is basically a peer version, pretty much a peer version of Windows with no bloatware. People like want to talk about recall and everything. When people tell me, if the first thing they tell me about Windows 11 or Windows 10 and they talk about this data shit, I tell them just go to Windows LTSC. An average person, Windows LTSC is perfect. And you can get CD keys for that for like $9 all day long. Or if you know somebody that runs a corporate job site that runs LTSC, you could just ask them and they'll sell you a key. I've done it before. Here, I'll just do this. Okay. Anyway, I need to go clean myself because Max fucked up and literally got coffee on himself. Like an idiot. I can call myself dumb. Oh, and FYI, we're going hard in the paint because on, I think Friday, or sometime today or tomorrow, I gotta go. I don't know if I'm gonna do a short stream on Friday because I'm not really gonna be sleeping. So I may just do a continuous stream and just put up replays. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm figuring it out in my mind what I'm gonna freaking do. Or I may just not. I just say fuck it and YOLO and just fucking not sleep and just stay up 3 days. I don't know. I'm an insane mofo. I don't know. By the way, anytime I talk about Linux or anything like that, or I see something in somebody's Discord, don't take me serious. Please don't. So, anyway, by the way, I just got to give a disclaimer and a warning. Do not do what I'm doing. I stream long hours. I streamed 10 yesterday. Yeah, 10 yesterday and another like 5 yesterday or like 7. So, grand total, I streamed about 14 hours yesterday. And then it's continuing into today. So, like, I'm already almost 10 hours in. So, I got to give a warning. Stay hydrated. Do the things. Get plenty of sleep. If you do these things, like I said, I told you guys when I came back, I'm just going hard in the paint. And I'm just an insane person to do so. So, and I'm tired of everybody saying that they haven't seen me marathon stream in a minute. So, we're going to fucking just stream until I can't stream no more. I'm going to try to break my record. So, my goal is if my body lets me, I'm going to go and shoot for the 37 hours. We're going to see. I'm not going to make you any guarantees, but we're going to try. I'm going to try to break my record. Whoopee-de-kaye. Anyway, I got to go clean myself up because I fucked up. I just went coffee on me. You probably didn't see that in the stream. Somebody should clip that. I don't know. Anyway, be right back. Sorry, I had to go poop. I had to go poopity poop. Okay. Oh, did he? Oh, yeah. Let's do that and make sure I am following. Okay. Not necessary. I feel like her. Okay, I already read all that. Okay. Bro, not this one. Oh, damn. All right. Yo, Josh, what's up, homie? How you doing, Josh? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Hope everybody's still doing well. Hope everybody's still in here. Wow. We're going to be going another 10 hours. So, get back, sit back, get your booties on, get your booties tight. We're going to be live for a while. We're going to be live until tomorrow at some point. So, get your booties on, get them nice and tight. Because we're going to be on for a ride. Right now, I'm just playing the shit out of Fortnite. I'm just trying to finish my battle pass, ladies and gentlemen. We'll move on once this game's done. We'll move on. We'll play something else. I know a lot of you tell me that you don't like me playing Fortnite a lot. I know that. I feel you. We were playing Oblivion yesterday a little bit. I really enjoy Oblivion, but they're supposed to be bringing out patches. They're having issues on PC. They're having issues with it on PC with stuttering and consoles with the frame rate not being stable. So they said they're bringing out a patch to fix a lot of that. So I'm going to wait on the patch before we go balls deep into it. Some people are going to be like, well, it doesn't affect me because it runs beautiful on my machine. I get you. I feel you. Fuck. I'm dead. That was stupid on my part. 4. I went after him. Fuck. Actually, oh, okay, I'm at 98. Okay, we got 2 levels left. Cool. 2 levels left. Trying to clean up my hand. I had some dry skin. Whatever. Oh, shit. Guys, if you guys didn't watch games last night, the Golden State Warriors lost, unfortunately. I believe Jimmy Butler got hurt the game prior when he went down. He got like a butt contusion. So, whatever. He's going to be out with a bone bruise basically for a while, or for a couple of days. They get 2 days off. He should be healed by then. He should be able to play with healing and painkillers. I think he'll be fine. You know, he's not nastily hurt. But he's going to need to show up because they got really destroyed. They were missing him big time. Man, it's taking a long... Oh. Duh. Let me restart this game. I thought it was finding a match. Let me check my phone, make sure I'm not missing any type of stuff. It's going to be a long ass day, but it'll be worth it though at the end of it. So guys, make sure to be sharing out the stream. Make sure to be liking. We also are live on Rumble. We're also live on YouTube. We're live on Trovo. We're live on Kick. We're live on Beam. We are getting close to monetization. They're sending out the invites now for the first 300 people. I am on that list, and I'm proud of that. And we're just going to keep growing. We're going to keep farming. Now I'm putting Beam part of my rotation now because I am monetized now on their platform. So if you guys want to, you guys can sub now. Once it gets available to me, you'll be able to sub over on Beam. You'll be able to sub on Twitch. I believe on Beam, I don't know how it works with the monetization. I didn't read all of it. I'm assuming if you pay, it comes straight to me. Once I set it up, it should be through Stripe. I'm assuming that's what they're going to do, or PayPal or something like that. So I should be able to take in a payment immediately. It should be coming to me immediately with their fees being taken. So, yeah. Also, too, we're also going to be doing a lot more streaming around here. Times are changing. I'm changing and I'm adapting because I need to. So, and you guys have, tonight you guys are seeing a lot of it. Me going on, I am going on tangents, but on nice tangents about Linux, wrestling, you name it. I'm not for everyone. So, tangents are not going to stop because I just have a mouth and an opinion. A lot of you come in and ask me about things. So, yeah. Dynamite. Here's the deal. I said I was going to review it. I'm probably going to skip out this week once again. I pretty much talked about it. Or what I'll do is I could just stop a stream and talk about Dynamite real quick and just go into it real quick. I honestly think it's just, there's too many factions. I think the Don Callis family, I think it's cool and all, but they already have too many, like the reverse of WWE is happening in AEW. The reverse in AEW, the AEW effect right now is they got too many factions. They have the Death Riders, then they have the Don Callis family, then they have this new one that they're developing with Will Ospreay. That's kind of cool, but it's like there's three factions, and then that's not including the Dark Order still around. That's not including that you have the Ops, then you have this Ops, then you have that one. It's like, what's next? You're gonna have an all women's faction eventually. I mean, too many factions, too many cooks in the kitchen. I know New Japan gets away with it because they only have like a few, but I just don't like it in AEW. To me, I think factions, I don't mind a couple, but there's too many. This is where I appreciate WWE more than AEW, where they have less of that. So there you go. Another thing that I saw, why is Samoa Joe cutting the line? That's the other thing I didn't understand from last night. Samoa Joe's kind of cutting the line. Not trying to be mean or anything. And I get Samoa Joe hasn't had a title reign in a minute. I get it. I understand. Or hasn't been near a title in a minute. I get that. Just my personal opinion. You can keep it the way you want to keep it. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to talk down or anything like that. Not trying to talk down about these companies. I'm just saying the opposite is happening in AEW. They have too many factions, too many cooks in the kitchen. And the Young Bucks, it makes no sense to me. Like, they're coming in trying to help John Moxley when Moxley, like, I don't know how that's going to work. Are they turning them into a super group too? Like, I think too many super groups in AEW personally. One other thing is what AEW needs to work on, and I'll keep saying this until I'm blue in the face, is they got to stop this whole putting their heavyweight title in a briefcase. Fuck that. Show the damn belt. Unless they're working on a new design belt, and I think that's ultimately what they're doing. I think when Darby Allin comes back, I think they're going to have a new design belt. I think that's what AEW is going to do. My personal opinion has always been this with AEW. They need to have, both of their shows should have different rosters completely. I think Ring of Honor, Collision, Dynamite, they should all have different rosters, right? Those are your three shows, right? Ring of Honor, and I'm sick and tired of it. I just wish Tony Khan would just call it AEW Ring of Honor instead of just Ring of Honor as its own separate thing. Just make it into the umbrella. That wouldn't hurt my feelings. WWE's doing that right now with currently they're doing that right now with Evolved. It's called WWE Evolved. So just change it. Called Ring of Honor. AEW presents Ring of Honor. You know, Ring of Honor needs a home, and it's starting to get really annoying day by day, night by night. They need to have a roster. They need to start having these rosters be separated. For instance, you need to have your top tier guys on your A show. Like Dynamite is literally your Raw, right? For WWE, right? Then on Collision, you should have your B class players that you're looking at. Make it be main roster guys or maybe something else, right? And then you on Ring of Honor, what you would do in Ring of Honor is you would have the people that you're looking into, like an NXT kind of deal. And then I think what AEW should do is go and partner with another company. And what I honestly feel is AEW needs to start shopping around for different streaming networks, because I don't like the fact that on the map and I have a gripe with Max, right? This is my whole gripe with Max. I don't like the fact that they separated sports. And another thing I don't really particularly care for is when I'm watching AEW, if I'm watching it on the streaming service, why am I getting the same fucking broadcast with commercials? I'm getting basically shit. I wish it was different. The thing about WWE and being on Netflix, I like the no commercials, and I like how they substitute for that. They have more interviews. They have more segments. The segments go on longer. I like that. And I also like watching a lot of WWE content on Netflix. I tunnel in. So I'm getting spoiled, and I'm already seeing like things on Max that I feel like they can like stopgap on. So that's just my personal opinion. I'm not trying to be a hater of AEW. I'm just saying they can fix it. The Max app needs to get better overall. Personally, to me, like they need to do something better, and I don't like the fact that Max is literally now paywalling sports content. I feel like they're gonna paywall AEW as a side thing, and I think that's stupid. I think honestly that would piss me off starting, because I do not like, if I don't ever have a TV service, I'm kind of HBO Max has got me by the balls. So if they're gonna put this under this sports package that they're doing, give us pay-per-views then. Tony Khan, Dave Zaslav, give us pay-per-views already. I'm sick and tired of, like, I have to pay off to the side. Where was that promise that we're supposed to get half off on pay-per-views? Like, it just makes absolutely no sense to me as a person, as a human being. You're driving your prices up to counteract the shows that you're putting on and the amount of money you're spending and the amount that you spent on AEW. Well, here's my thing. Why not you give us the pay-per-views for free? It makes absolutely no sense to me. You're separating the sports content. That's one thing. I get it, what they're trying to do, and forcing people to, I get it, to pay more for those things. But then if you start adding AEW to that, I expect pay-per-views. Like, you can't have it both ways. It just makes no sense to me. The disconnect with that is just baffling to me as a person. And another thing I'm going to talk about here is, like, my whole thing is, if you're going to have 3 shows, why don't they just put them on? Why don't they just? Here's what I think they should do. They should put them all on the TBS network, on Turner's networks, or whatever, right? And just call it a day. Ring of Honor, since they're not going to have NBA, why don't they just put them on Thursdays? Right there. I think that's what they're going to do eventually. I just don't know. I just don't understand as a person, as a human being. AEW is just a mixed bag, and they're very confusing. Where WWE kind of has a clear direction, but their clear direction right now is fucking over fans. And they're more money hungry than they have ever been. The Rock, I've lost a lot of respect for in the last 2 days. Shame on him. Shame on him. And shame on Triple H too. Both of them have dropped the ball with fans, and it's absolutely just baffling to me. But AEW last night, I just, after seeing that they're moving their sports stuff to a separate package and you have to pay $6 more, what justifies that to me? NHL and baseball? Like, I'm sorry, but that doesn't justify it to me more a month. Give me AEW pay-per-views. Give me a reason to buy that. Start including AEW pay-per-views, and we can have a conversation. To me, it just makes no sense. It doesn't stack up. The ends don't meet, the thing. And this is where people will say, "Well, I'm just a WWE fanboy now." No. I call out both companies. And I hate when people tell me I'm such an AEW shill when I'm just shitting on them right now. I'm not shitting on them in particular. I'm just airing my grievances and my annoyances with them. Anyway, let's finish out this battle pass. No, Phil. Let's go. It's in America. Why is America trending? Oh. Interesting. But that's how I feel about wrestling at the moment. Like, two companies, both one's thriving, one's going backwards while the other one's kind of going forward. I think they've kind of tailed off. And I think TNA is going to be purchased by WWE personally. I think that's where they're heading. I really think with that Joe Henry losing, I really think you're going to see. And I think Joe Henry should lose the title at this point. He's looking like a clown by the day, and that's just an unfortunate case. And I like Joe Henry, but he was made to look like stupid over the weekend. And everybody's been saying it. And I like Joe Henry, and I think he deserves better, but I think he's a Bobby Roode in the works. I think WWE does. I think WWE, I think TNA, and I think WWE blew the plot on that one. Nice Skyrim trending. I don't know why everybody's jumping for joy wanting another Skyrim remaster. They've remastered Skyrim to death. And people are like, well, I'll pay a shit ton of money for it. It's like, what? You're willing to go and stomach another fucking $60 or more for that? I don't know about that, Chief, man. Oblivion's one thing. I don't think they need to make another one. I don't think they need to make another Skyrim. They've made too many Skyrims. They've remastered it way to death. Way, way to death. And Skyrim, if you really want a remastered version of Skyrim, you can play all the mods. You can get it with mods on PC, remastered and all, in 4K textures and everything. And ray tracing. Like, for real, for real. I don't know why it needs to be remastered again. And my personal opinion about the new Elder Scrolls, it's beautiful. They just need to get the frame rates and the stuttering fixed. That's it. Across the board. That's it. And there's already reports on that. They're already working on a hot fix patch already, so across the board. So that's good. And that kid that they had on Low Cal Aussie was fucking terrible, bro. Like, that kid's fucking Twiggy 2.0. And I know why they're doing it. They're trying to give another guy, like, they're trying to get another guy like Twiggy to come on in, and they think that's the answer. But that shit's garbage, bro. That kid's annoying. That kid, I hope people, like, that'll turn into donation hell where they donate to get him off the show. I think that's where they're heading with that. Sorry, I watched Local Aussie, Local Live, Local Rewind Queens, all of it. Yeah, I do. Oh, damn, okay. I didn't have time to breathe. The fuck? I was like, Nani, the fuck? Okay. $11, Jesus. Okay. All right. Jesus. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh God. Oh, I'm dead right here. Oh my. All right, so I'm at 100, so this should be done now. My battle pass should be done now. Now I'm gonna take a quick break. All right, so I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. I'm gonna go chill for a second and fill up coffee and walk around and move around. Yo, my bad stream. Yo, my bad stream. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is we've been 12 hours on. I can take a couple hour break. I'm going to go watch my show that I was watching and take a quick break. So that's what we're going to do here. Let's see here. If you're on Twitch Arena, who's on Twitch Arena right now? Nobody. So I guess I'll just get off here. I'll see you guys all later. I will be back on next couple hours. Not too long. I'm just gonna go chill and watch TV like I was doing for a little bit, and then I'll come back on. What is it now? 6 o'clock? About 8 o'clock, roughly. About another hour. I'm gonna just take a quick break. I kind of want to take a break. I was kind of breaking there, and I just was like, you know what? I'll continue my break. On the Twitch side, honestly, find somebody. Thanks for the follow, homie. There's really nobody to host him this morning that I want to host. Okay. I think we're just going to hand it over to my friend and get off here. We got 3 people, so I'm just going to do that. All right. So my friend's on right now, so I'll give her a raid.